Hello, welcome into the Hot Shop to everyone who recently joined us. Just to give you a little introduction to what we have here and what's going on today. Today we have a couple of visiting artists with us, and their names are Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. And their work is going to play up on the screen for just a little bit as I talk about them and what they're going to be doing here at the museum. So this is their first residency at the museum, and this is a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School about 2 hours north of us. And they just finished a 2-week class/residency at Pilchuck, and they're going to continue to explore all of their glass and their techniques through this residency here at the museum, using traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair. And they're specifically going to be working on some pieces that are going to contain patterns and symbols of Croatian theme that are going to be translated into the glass, as Susan is of Croatian descent. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or even for the artists, just feel free to raise your hand and let me know. And at the moment, they are working on this sketch that you can see on the floor here. You can see it's a lot bigger than their sketch, so it's not exactly to scale. And the way that they're getting this triangular shape that you see on the sketch is through this stack of newspapers laid out on this table. This is allowing them to create that really even flat surface as they also press onto the bottom with that wooden paddle. This is really forcing that glass into that nice crisp corner. So I would like to highlight this real quick. A second pipe has been attached to the bottom of this piece. And as you can see, this is going to allow them to detach this from its original pipe and give them access to the top end of this piece where it's currently connected to the pipe. And after breaking that piece off, you can see they're left over with an opening, so they'll start to work on this end of the piece and even that opening out a little bit. So the design of this piece was just briefly explained to me, so I thought I would let you guys know just so you can picture how this piece is going to come together. So as you can see with this sketch on the floor, or if you can't see, there's a small triangle on the bottom of this piece, and that's what they're making right now. Obviously, this is much larger than the drawing itself, and this is going to remain open in the top of the cone and closed on the bottom of the cone. So that part that's attached to the pipe now is the bottom of the piece. And then they are going to create a second object, which is that top shape. And this is also going to be open on the bottom. And this is going to be placed on top of the cone, basically nesting inside of each other, or one nesting inside of the other. And the top of that piece is going to be closed. So it's going to be closed on the top and the bottom, but air is going to be allowed to pass through both of the pieces in the middle. And these aren't going to be attached hot together. They're going to be attached cold, just nesting inside of each other, as I was saying. So now after heating that opening up, you could see Adam is going in with a pair of tweezers and he's using them to pinch and pull this opening outwards. When they started heating that opening up, you could see it had a little bit of an uneven edge on it. So this is going to allow them to straighten and thin that glass out. And they're making sure that they hit some very exact measurements with those measuring tools, open to a very specific size. And so they may need to trim it down to reach that measurement. And next, Adam is going in with a pair of jacks. Those are those two metal blades, and he's creating a divot or a line in the glass, and they're most likely going to break this end piece off right there. So as you can see, going inside the piece with a pair of jacks, those two metal blades allowed them to straighten those walls back out and open that piece up to its full potential after trimming the edge off of that piece. And just to point out to the people who recently joined us, this is the sketch of what they're working on down on the floor right here. So they're working on that cone shape that's going to be at the bottom of the piece. And then they're going to make a separate piece that's going to be placed on top, and the cone is basically going to nest inside of that piece. So they're going to be cold assembled. They're not going to be attached hot. So welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop to update you on what we have going on today and who we have here. Today we have a couple of visiting artists, Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. And up on the screen you will see a slideshow of their work as I give a little background on them. So this is their first residency here at the museum, and this is a collaboration with Pilchuck actually. So they just finished teaching a class for 2 weeks at Pilchuck, and will continue to explore their glass through this residency at the museum. And they are using traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair. And today, specifically, Susan, which is the woman standing closer to the right side of the hot shop here, she has created some designs based off of her Croatian descent. many patterns and symbols of creation theme will be translated into the glass. And so for those who recently joined, we have a sketch of the piece that they're working on right now on the floor here. They're working on this cone shape that's on the bottom of the piece currently. And then they're going to work on the bigger section of this piece, which is going to be nested on top of that cone. So these are going to be attached cold. And since I have quite a few new people in the hot shop, I think I'll give a little rundown of the hot shop itself, and this will describe all the temperatures of everything that we're working with. And so everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors. And you can see we've been gathering out of this left one over here today. They hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, and let me interrupt myself here. They're breaking that piece off at the center bench by applying some water to that connection point. And this is going to cause purposeful cracking in the glass. Then a simple tap of the pipe and that piece is broken off. And let's give them a round of applause for their first piece of the day. This is the first thing they're putting away. And this is going into the annealer. This is that large black box over on the wall. This is going to slowly cool it down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit to room temperature. And back to those furnaces. We've been gathering out of this left one. You can see with an open door over there. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when we gather out of that furnace, all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass and turn. And since the glass is viscous and sticky like honey, it just sticks to the pipe, creating a ball. And then we simply blow into the end of our pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon. And so this is how we're going to be getting all of our hollow shapes, forms today. And these open face furnaces that you see at each of the benches, these are our reheating furnaces running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we just have multiple of them running today so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. So there's not a huge difference in temperature between those open face furnaces themselves. And so they have just finished the cone section to this piece, which is that bottom section here. And then they're going to get started on the larger top section. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass or the process, or even questions for the artists themselves, feel free to raise your hands and let me know. So I just had some questions about the glass itself, and I've had a few questions about it throughout the day by multiple people, so I think I'm going to play a short video that'll give a good explanation. And this is the charging the furnace video. So can I have that, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2,300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So I briefly mentioned this to a couple people earlier, but every now and then the heat will start to travel back towards the artist's hands through that metal pipe. And so usually after a fresh gather, or if they've been working with the glass for a long time, they'll use that pipe cooler. And this is just a trough of water that's splashing water up onto the handle of the pipe and cooling it down almost instantly. And then they can handle it closer to the glass once more. And sometimes if there's some small air bubbles inside of that glass, you'll see them do this here, which is just picking those air bubbles off or away from the body of the glass and then trimming that excess glass off. And these wooden spoon-shaped tools that you see them using every now and then, these are called blocks. And these are usually made out of fruit wood, such as cherry wood, and kept in water to help prevent burning. And these are frequently used after a fresh gather of clear glass or before they blow into the pipe. And this is going to make sure that that bubble blows out evenly. And then another commonly used tool you'll see them use is the one that's being used right now at the center bench. This is just a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And despite how odd the tool sounds, this is a very common tool in the hot shop. It's one of the only flexible tools. We can move it with our hand back and forth and kind of squeeze to change the shape of the glass. And it is also the closest thing to using our hand. Now, I know we have a few new people in the hot shop with us, so just to give you a little rundown of what we have going on here and who we have here today. Today we have a couple of visiting artists. This is Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. And Adam is the one who's been sitting at the middle bench working, and Susan's the one over on the right side of the hot shop looking at those sketches on the table. And these two are going to be working on some pieces for a 5-day residency here at the museum. And this is their first residency at the museum and is a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School. And can I have their work up on the screen? So for everyone who hasn't seen our visiting artist artwork, that is up on the screen as I give a little background on the artists. So they just finished a 2-week residency or class at Pilchuck and will continue their glass exploration here through this residency. They're using traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair. And specifically, Susan is of Croatian descent, and many patterns and symbols of Croatian theme will be translated into the glass. So specifically, the piece that we're working on right now is going to have one of these designs inside of it based off of these neck tattoos. And we actually have a sketch for this piece down on the hot shop floor. It's a little bit hard to see, but we just finished this small cone shape on the bottom and put that away inside of the annealer to cool down. And now we're working on this slightly larger piece that's going to be resting on top. And together these two pieces are just going to create one large piece. But I'd also like to mention that these are going to be assembled cold later on. They're not attaching them hot. They're not going to be secured together. They're going to be nesting inside of each other. So that right there was a strip gather. This is when the artist allows a lot of that glass to just drip off of the end of what they already have, basically just stripping some excess glass off. This is just giving Adam a partial gather of glass, partial layer. And for those who were here earlier, once again, after getting a fresh gather of glass, they're just making sure that there's no floating particles or small air bubbles inside of that glass. So they're just picking those air bubbles to the surface and then cutting that glass off. So if you look at that design on the floor that they created earlier out of chalk, you can kind of see this small pink circle in one of the larger areas of this glass. And they are going to sculpt this out of some glass a little bit later on, and this is going to be suspended inside of this clear glass piece that they're working on. So glass is made from mostly silica sand, and the other materials that are inside of the glass that we specifically use in this hot shop, it's not the same for everywhere, every type of glass art, but this glass specifically has a lowered melting point, and they used a little bit of soda ash and limestone to do so. And I think I have quite a few new people in the hot shop, so maybe I'll give a little rundown in general. And this will describe all the temperatures of everything that we're working with. And so you saw them gathering clear glass out of these large tanks or furnaces with closed doors. We've been gathering out of both the left and the right one in the hot shop. These are those large tanks with the closed doors, as I said. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, you can see it is very viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick the pipe into the molten glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into that into the end of our pipe, and this will expand the glass like a balloon. And of course, we can gather many more layers on top of that. So as you can see, this piece is quite large. It has many layers of molten glass. And at every bench, you can see there's this large furnace with an open face. These are just used for reheating. They do not have any glass inside of them. And they all run at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, but we adjust the temperature as need be. And we just have multiple of them running today to work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time for convenience. And so there's not a huge difference between those furnaces with the open face individually. And for anyone who may have missed it, we're currently working on this section of the piece, which is the larger side of this piece. And this is actually going to be the bottom of the piece, and they're going to nest that smaller cone that they made earlier in the top of the piece where they have that opening. And so if you can imagine this piece that they're working on, this is actually going to be the bottom of the piece, what's furthest away from the pipe, and currently what's attached to the pipe is going to be the top of the piece where they're going to nest that cone inside. And to get a perfectly flat side or a nice angle on this piece, they're going to be using this stack of newspaper on a wooden board, and that's just making sure that they have even pressure all across the side at the same time, giving them those perfectly straight sides that you see on their sketch. So while they are rotating this piece and straightening the sides, you can see a wooden paddle's also being used on the bottom. And this is just barely starting to flatten the bottom of this piece. And they're trying to hit these very specific measurements, so they go in with those measuring tools, just making sure that they're hitting those exact measurements they need in order to nest these pieces together. Now, just a reminder for anyone who recently joined, if anyone ever has any questions, whether it's about the glass, the building, or even questions for the artists themselves, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. And just to point out our artists again, just in case, we have Adam, who is the man who has been sitting at the center bench working on that piece. And then we also have Susan, and that is the woman standing next to him now. They're both discussing their next steps for this piece. Now, since I already mentioned the temperatures of all of the furnaces that we're working with, I will kind of describe the torches that we're working with. So our furnaces are running off of natural gas and forced air, and our torches are actually running off of oxygen and propane. And so this fluffy flame torch right here we've been using to heat up larger areas of the glass. and we use it to focus heat in a specific area rather than heating up the entire piece overall. And that's running at around the same temperature as the furnaces at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And just now, Gabe has come over with a second pipe, and this has been attached to the bottom of the piece right in the center. And this is going to allow them to break this piece off of its original pipe and give them access to the other side of the piece. And the second pipe that they attach to a piece is called the punty. And to break this piece off of its original pipe, you could see they're applying a little bit of water to that previous connection point, then a simple tap, and that piece is broken off the pipe. So now from here, they just have to heat up the other end and start editing that to make sure that the walls are straight and even. So after heating up the opening to this piece once more, Adam is now going in with a pair of tweezers and pinching and pulling the end of this glass out right around that opening. Now when they broke that piece off of the pipe originally, you saw that the glass is a little thicker, it's a little uneven, so this is going to help straighten everything out. And I see we have a few new people in our audience. So just to give a little rundown of what we have going on here today and who we have here. Today we have a couple of visiting artists, as you may have seen. And these are Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. And this is their first residency at the museum and is actually a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School, which is a glass school 2 hours north of us. And they just finished a 2-week residency / class there at Pilchuck and will continue to explore their glass throughout this residency here. And can I have some of their work up on the screen for anyone who hasn't seen it yet? Sorry, sometimes it just takes a moment. Could I please have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen? All right, so maybe later. I'm just going to continue talking about them and what they're doing today. Sorry about that. So they are using traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair. And today specifically, Susan, who's over on the rightmost side of the hot shop, she has some specific designs that they're going to be basing these pieces off of. She is of Croatian descent, and many patterns and symbols of Croatian theme will be translated into the glass. And so you can see they have this sketch over on the floor here made from chalk. It's getting a little worn down, but you can see that we have a small cone towards the audience and then a larger cone that's upside down on top of it. And so that larger cone is what they're making now, and this is going to be the bottom of the piece. And then they're going to nest that smaller cone in the opening of this big cone right on the top. And so it's going to be just resting inside of it cold. It's not going to be physically attached to each other. And there's also going to be a special sculpted piece of glass that's going to be hanging on the inside of it. And they're going to be sculpting that glass a little bit later on. And if anyone ever has any questions, whether it's about the glass or the process or for the artists themselves, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. So now Adam is going in with a pair of jacks, which are those 2 metal blades. and he is creating a line or a divot in the glass. So he's going to break this end piece off from the rest of that larger piece, just getting rid of all of that excess glass. They're trying to hit very specific measurements to make sure that these pieces nest inside of each other properly. And frequently you'll notice them torching the back end of this piece with this large fluffy flame. This is running at around the same temperature as the furnace, and they're just making sure to focus some extra heat there because this is the last part of the piece going into the furnace and the first thing coming out, so it's naturally the coldest area of the glass. We want to make sure that the connection is nice and solid and warm, otherwise it could crack or break from thermal shock, sending our piece to the floor. And now to break this end piece off, Adam is going in with a pair of shears and just holding that connection. And when we use a cold tool and apply pressure, this is causing small amounts of cracking and shocking in the glass, so we don't have to physically apply any water to break it. And after heating that glass once more, Adam is going inside the piece with a pair of jacks and starting to open the walls up just at the top, kind of straightening and evening everything out. And this tool right here, that was the Sophietta, which is that cone-shaped tool with a blowing attachment attached to it. And this is just to block off the opening of the piece and allows them to blow air into the piece again. So they were just slightly expanding that glass. Now, for those who haven't seen our visiting artist artwork, can I have that up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of some of our 2 visiting artists' artwork. So in order to get those perfectly straight walls for this cone, they're going to be using a stack of newspapers on top of a wooden board. And the newspapers have a little bit of water inside of them as well, just to slow down the burning a little bit. And so using that tool is going to allow them to shape the entire wall at the same time, rather than trying to use a tool and work on all of it. So as this glass is being rolled on that stack of newspapers, you could see Sarah was using a wooden paddle to apply some extra pressure down on the pipe and just really pressing that glass into the newspapers, making sure that it fully touches every part of the walls. Because this is so much glass, it's really hard to apply all that pressure just by yourself and keep everything stable at the same time. So now you can see why they were focusing so much heat on that connection between the glass and the pipe earlier. Just a little bit of it got cold at the very end and a couple of pieces popped off as they started torching it. And so as long as they keep up on that heat, the piece should be fine and it's not going to continue to break. Now, just a little fun fact for everyone. This small torch that they're using is actually the hottest item that we have in the hot shop. And it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, I was told. So this is going to very quickly spot heat that glass. And in this case, they're heating up that connection point between the glass and the pipe, making sure that it stays warm. And they are preparing to break this piece off of the pipe. So now to break this piece off the pipe, they're going to apply some water to that connection area, which is causing purposeful shocking and cracking in the glass, and then a simple tap to the pipe, and this is going to be broken off and carried over to the annealer. And let's give them a round of applause for completing their second piece of the day. This is going into the annealer, as I briefly mentioned, which is that big black box on the wall. This is going to slowly cool the piece down at least overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. And since we have quite a few new people in the hot shop, I was just going to give a quick little rundown of the hot shop itself, describe the temperatures of everything that we're working with in here. So everything that we do in here starts in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors. We have been gathering out of both the left and the right one today. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass at an angle, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can either use it for solid sculpting, or we can blow into the end of our hollow pipe and expand the glass like a balloon, which is what we've been doing today to get those hollow forms. And at every single bench, you see we have this large open face furnace with that bright glowing color. These are just our reheating furnaces running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have one running at every bench so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. So pretty much for convenience, there's not a huge difference in temperature or significant difference between those open face furnaces at each bench. And both these types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. And for those who recently joined, if you didn't know, we have two visiting artists with us today. And their names are Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. And those are the two that are standing next to all their sketches down over at that bench, at the center bench. And this is their first residency at the museum here. And this is actually a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School, which is a glass school about 2 hours north of us. So they just finished a 2-week residency/class at Pilchuck and will continue to explore their glass through this residency here. And to create their glass, they use traditional Italian techniques, and they're creating contemporary glass art with modern flair, as you can see with all of their pieces up on the screen. And specifically for this residency, I'd like to point out Susan is of Croatian descent, so many patterns and symbols of Croatian theme will be translated into the glass. And so today they're going to be sculpting some bits of glass that are going to be put on the inside of those pieces that they just finished. And so that is why these pieces that they made are clear. This is going to act as a window so you can see the pieces displayed inside as well, those sculptures. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass or the process, or even questions for the artists themselves, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. So this piece that they've been working on today is made from multiple pieces of glass. And so next they're going to be sculpting the piece that's going to be hanging on the inside of those two cones. And they're also going to be making a small cone that's going to be sitting inside of this piece as well. So over on that left bench there, we have one of our full-time hot shop staff or hot shop team members, and Gabe is going to be making a small cone that's going to be inside of those two other larger cones that were made earlier. So welcome to anyone who recently joined us in the hot shop. Just to give you a little rundown of what we have going on here today and who we have here today. Today we have a couple of visiting artists with us, Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. And this is actually their first residency at the museum here. And this is a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School about 2 hours north of us. And they just finished a 2-week residency / class over there and have come here to continue exploring their glass art in this residency. And to make their glass art, they're using traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with a modern flair. And specifically, one of our visiting artists, which is the woman in the black shirt standing on the far right, Susan. She is of Croatian descent, and many patterns and symbols of Croatian theme will be translated into the glass. So just now they're going to get started on creating one of those symbols, sculpting it out of some glass. And right now it looks like they're doing a test of something. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or even just questions for the artists themselves, feel free to raise your hand and let me know, and I will come right over. Oh, and I would also like to add, earlier today they created 2 large hollow clear cones of glass, and that was based off of this chalk sketch that you see on the ground. It's a little bit faded now, but there's this really large cone on the bottom, and it has a wide opening, and then this second cone is going to be placed on the top of it, kind of upside down. And they're going to nest inside of each other, basically, cold, so they're not going to be physically attached to each other. And right now, they're going to be making a smaller cone that's going to be slotted into that top cone and kind of complete the point inside of the glass. And if that doesn't quite make sense, don't worry, I'll walk around with a little photo later so you guys can see the design. And then on the end of that small cone they're creating, they're going to attach that sculpture. And this is going to be hanging inside of those 2 larger cones that they made today. So this is a large, complex piece, and all of it's going to be assembled together cold. So since our furnaces are all clear, technically they could scoop up all of those bits of glass and throw them back into the furnace to be melted down again. I'm not sure if they do it with the pieces that fall on the floor though, because they might pick up particles and wax and other things that might be just adding some dirtiness to the tank. But we do reuse large amounts of our clear glass, and we usually put them in buckets that are sitting by the furnaces already, so we know which ones we can reuse, or ones that are labeled clear specifically. So our glass is mostly made from silica sand. And then we also have two other ingredients in our glass, just a very small amount of them, and this lowers the melting point of the glass. So the glass that we use in the hot shop is called soft glass because it's physically soft, it has a lower melting point, and the way that we do that is by adding a little bit of soda ash and a little bit of limestone. And so we basically just have this mixture. It's already pre-made, shipped in from somewhere else where they make it, and we just throw it into the furnace to melt down. But it basically just looks like a little sand mixture, or a large sand mixture. We use quite a lot of glass. Well, if anyone's having trouble hearing me, I have some closed captioning up on the screen because I know the hot shop can get quite loud sometimes with all the machinery going. So you can see they've created another small chalk drawing on the floor, and this is going to be the center post that's going through this circular design that they're creating. And so they just have created one stick of clear glass, and they'll bring over many bits of clear glass to attach to the sides to achieve that shape. And this is just going to be going straight down that circular shape that they're going to end up with. And as they're sculpting this piece at the center bench, over on the left bench, Nick and Gabe are also going to be blowing that small cone that's going to be slotted into the cones that they made earlier. I see a lot of people trying to look over on that left bench, so I'll just quickly describe what's happening over there. So while they're making that cone, sometimes they'll have to heat up specific areas of the glass, just applying a little extra heat. So they're using this large fluffy flame torch that you can kind of see mounted behind the bench. And this is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And like I was saying, this is used to apply some extra heat to a specific area rather than heating up the entire thing overall. Now, for anyone who recently or just joined us, just to give you a little overview of what we have going on today and who we have here. Today we have a couple of visiting artists with us, Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. And at the center bench, Adam is currently sculpting a piece that is going to be hung on the inside of this larger overall piece. And as I give a little background info on them, could I please have our artist work up on the screen? Could I please have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen? All right, sorry, I'll have to show you guys their artwork a little bit later, but I'm going to continue giving a little background on our visiting artists. So this is their first residency here at the museum, and this is actually a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School, which is about 2 hours north of us here. And they just finished a 2-week residency / class at Pilchuck and will continue to explore their glass here at the museum. And they are using traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair. You'll be able to see their artwork a little bit later on. And specifically, one of our visiting artists, Susan, the one in the black shirt over on the right side of the hot shop, is of Croatian descent, and many patterns and symbols of Croatian theme are going to be translated into the glass during their residency here, which is where you see that sculpture that was being made at the center bench come into play. And if anyone ever has any questions for me, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Could be questions about the glass process or even questions for the artists themselves. If you are wondering what Adam was doing over on the right side of the hot shop, he's just using a pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water that splashes water up onto the handle of the pipe, and it just cools it down almost instantly, allowing them to handle the pipe a little bit closer to that glass once again. So the glass that we use in the hot shop here is specifically soft glass or art glass, and it has a lower melting point, for example. There's many different kinds of glass, and crystal apparently has a lot of lead in it, which makes it brighter and also cuts easier. And so they are very different compositions. And the way that we lower the melting point for the glass in the hot shop here, so it's just mostly silica sand, and then we add a little bit of soda ash and limestone, and those materials help lower that melting point and bind those two materials together. So at the center bench, they're restarting on that sculpture that's going to hang on the inside of this piece. And they're starting with the center of the sculpture again, just based off of that sketch that they have on the floor made out of chalk, for those who haven't seen it yet. You can also see it up on the screen just a little bit. You can see it next to the bench to the right of it, that light pink chalk. Now, welcome to everyone who just joined us. Since I have quite a few new people once more, I'm going to give a little overview of what we're doing today and who we have here in the Hot Shop. So today, if you didn't know already, we have two visiting artists with us, and this is Susan Spiranovich, thank you, and Adam Holtzinger. And this is actually their first residency at the museum here, and is a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School, which is about 2 hours north of us here. And they just finished a 2-week residency / class over at Pilchuck and have come here to continue to explore their glass. And they are using traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair. And can I actually have some images of our visiting artist artwork up on the screen? And specifically today and throughout this residency, we're going to be working on some specific designs. I'll mention Susan is of Croatian descent. That is the woman with the black t-shirt standing by all those sketches on the table. And so many patterns and symbols of Croatian theme will be translated into the glass. And they're actually going to be sculpting one of those symbols down at the center bench. That's what they're working on right now. And this is going to be suspended inside of 2 other pieces that they made today out of clear glass, so you can see the design inside of it. And this piece that they're working on the center bench, I'd like to mention, is the center to this symbol, and then they're going to create a ring around this piece here. And this is almost going to divide it in half. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or even just questions for the artists themselves, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. And I'd also like to mention, just in case anyone's having trouble hearing me, I know it's a little bit loud in here, I have closed captioning up on the screen. And luckily it's keeping what I say up there for a little bit. So over on that left bench, we have a few of our Hot Shop team members. We have Gabe and Nick. They're working on creating this smaller cone, and this is going to be slotted inside of a larger cone that they made earlier in the day today. And this is where this design that they're creating at the center bench is going to hang. And since I have quite a few new people in the hot shop, just to give a little understanding of the hot shop itself, I'll give a little bit of an overview, and this is going to describe all the temperatures of everything that we're working with. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors. We've been gathering from both of our furnaces today over on the left and the right side of the hot shop. And these hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into the end of our hollow pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon. And so that's how we have expanded that cone over on that left bench, or we can use it for solid sculpting as we did at the center bench. And the open face furnaces that you see at every bench throughout the hot shop, these are our reheating furnaces running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have 3 of them running today just so we can work at every bench at the same time, working on multiple parts of the project. So there's not a huge difference in temperature between those furnaces individually. And they do not have any glass inside of them. They're only used for reheating. And these large fluffy flame torches they've been using on and off, these are running at around the same temperature as well, at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And they're just used for heating a specific area of the glass rather than heating up the entire thing overall. And for those who haven't seen our visiting artist artwork, could I have that up on the screen, please? So now, as you can see, they're getting prepared to break this cone off the pipe and put it away. So Nick is suited up with these special Kevlar gloves, which are going to protect him from that heat as he carries it over. And to break this piece off, a little bit of water on the end of a file is going to be used just at that connection point. And then a simple tap to the pipe, and that should break the piece cleanly off. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that small cone. This is going to be carried over to the annealer, which is that big black box over on the left wall. This is going to slowly cool the piece down at least overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. And earlier you may have noticed our artist placed something inside of this big silver box right here. And this is called the garage. The garage is going to keep glass nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's warm enough for it not to break from thermal shock, but also cold enough for that glass to not change in shape or basically melt. And so I am going to check on what that is. Looks like that was the center to the sculpture that they set aside. So later on, they're going to be able to pull that out and attach it to the rest of that sculpture. And once again, this is going to be dangled or hung inside of the larger cones that they made today. And for those who haven't seen our visiting artist artwork, can I have that up on the screen, please? Sorry guys, not yet. You'll have to wait a little bit longer. So this outer ring that they're creating, they're going to be adding a bunch of bits of glass on the outside of it as well, just adding more texture and detail. And this is going to be added to that stick of glass that they created earlier with all of those strands of glass coming off of it. And so together that's going to create one of the symbols that they're going for. So up on the screen, we have a slideshow going of our visiting artist artwork for those who haven't seen it yet. So this small torch is being used over and over again to make sure that that connection is secure after attaching each of those small balls, and also making sure that there are no leftover sharp ends or just scuff marks from the tool cutting that piece of glass off. But a little fun fact, that small torch that they're using is actually the hottest item we have in this hot shop. Supposedly it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of the molten glass. So that is very quickly spot heating anything that it touches. And for anyone who recently joined, currently at the center bench, they are sculpting this symbol that's going to be hanging on the inside of another piece that they made today. Today they made these two very large cones. You could sort of see an old outline of the piece that they made earlier today down on the floor here. So there's a really large cone on the bottom with a very open top, and then a second slightly smaller cone's going to be placed upside down into the top of that, almost, what's it called, nesting together. So these two pieces are going to be nested together. And then they made a smaller cone, and that is going to be dropped inside of that top cone. And this piece at the center bench is going to be hanging from that and displayed on the inside of those larger pieces. So for anyone who didn't hear, we will be taking a 1-hour lunch break and we'll be back at around 2 p.m. Welcome into the Hot Shop, everyone. If you didn't know already, today we have two visiting artists with us, and these two are Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger, and those are the two right here. Susan's the one in the black shirt, and Adam's the one with the blonde hair here. And today, they earlier worked on this really large piece that had these two interconnected cones. They're going to be assembled later on once all the pieces are cooled down, just kind of nesting inside of each other. And now it looks like they're going to start on a completely new project. They've been sketching on the floor all of their designs that they've been working on today. And this is these guys' first residency at the Museum of Glass, and is actually a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School, which is about 2 hours north of us here. And can I actually have our artist artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artists' previously made artwork as I talk a little bit about them. So they just finished a 2-week residency / class over at Pilchuck, and they're going to continue to explore their glass here at the museum. So they're going to be using traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with a modern flair. And specifically, a lot of the design that's going into these is coming from Susan. Susan is of Croatian descent, and many patterns and symbols of Croatian theme will be translated into the glass, which is a lot of the symbolism that you'll see on these pieces. The most previously made one was this almost just a large circle with all of these designs over it. And if anyone ever has any questions for the artist or any questions about the glass process in general, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. And as they're getting started, I'm going to give just a little overview of the hot shop, and this will help you guys understand the temperatures of everything that we're working with. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors. We have one over on the left side of the hot shop here, and then one over on the right as well. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass at an angle, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can just blow into our hollow pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon. So this is how we're going to be getting those large hollow forms. And for the decorative bits of glass, such as this piece here, this is all going to be made out of solid sculpted glass. And the open face furnaces that you see at each bench throughout the hot shop, these are the reheating furnaces running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we just have 3 of them running today so that we can work at multiple benches at the same time and not just have to try to make it work with less. So there's not a huge difference between those individual open face furnaces. And those do not have glass inside of them, I'll mention. It's just for reheating. And both of these types of furnaces are running off of natural gas and forced air. And later on, you'll see us using some torches. Those are running off of oxygen and propane. So earlier they got started on this sculpted piece right here. They've already created the ring with all of the small dots all the way around it, and they've already created that centerpiece that's going to separate it in half pretty much. And those pieces of glass are sitting separately inside of this large silver box here called the garage. They're staying nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So later when we're ready to attach the two, we could just pull them out one by one and lightly heat them up and attach those pieces together. The garage is important. We don't want to just leave our glass sitting at room temperature, otherwise it could break from thermal shock or cooling too quickly. And the garage is not hot enough to melt it and change its shape either, so it's just holding it at a perfect stable temperature. So this small torch that Adam is going in with at the center bench, this is actually the hottest item we have in our hot shop. And supposedly it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of the molten glass. So this is very quickly spot heating the glass on the end and just making sure that that glass is smooth. Over on that left bench or up on the screen, you can see a little bit. Nick is getting started on a clear bubble, and this is going to eventually turn into a bowl shape, and this is going to be used for the top of the next piece that they're working on based off of this sketch on the floor. So they're starting and working on two projects at the same time right now, basically. And when you see the artist sitting there and kind of watching the glass like this is just them waiting for the glass to cool down. You can kind of watch it, and when it stops moving so much, then you know that it's cooling down. And this is usually in preparation for a fresh gather of clear glass. We want to make sure that the glass that we already have is not going to be moving very much when we go to gather more. Could change the shape of the glass we already have or the bubble inside of it. So we let it cool down. So up on the screen or over on that left bench, you could see Nick is working with a wooden spoon-shaped tool. You'll see this very commonly used after a fresh, clear gather or before they blow into the pipe. This is making sure everything is smooth and even. So when we do blow the bubble, it blows out evenly. And these are usually made out of fruit wood such as cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent burning. So over on that left bench, you could see Gabe is now going in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water, and he's able to guide which way he wants the glass to blow out and change the shape overall with that stack of newspapers. If he's holding it on the side, this is going to elongate the shape. If he's holding it at the very end, this is going to create a squatter shape. And alternatively, if he's holding it at that angle, this is going to create that very round shape. And they're going for very specific measurements for all of these pieces that they're making today, because a lot of these pieces are being attached to each other or need to nest inside of each other, so we want to make sure that they all fit. And just a reminder, they're working on that bowl portion of this sketch on the floor over on that left bench, which is the top portion of the piece. Now over on that left bench, Gabe is going in with a pair of jacks. You could see he has cinched down quite a bit with those jacks, those two metal blades, creating a jack line. That's that divot in the glass now. This is where the piece is going to be removed from the pipe a little bit later on. So right now they're measuring, seeing how those pieces are going to fit together. And because this glass is so thin, they keep on using this torch to make sure that it stays warm, because that glass is going to cool very rapidly. So as I mentioned earlier, that small handheld torch is really hot. So now they're going to start going in and heating up just those really small connection points in order to attach these two pieces together. If we were to try and heat up the entire piece overall to stick them together, that could cause the glass to start to move. So we're just heating up those connection points, and that's it as much as we can. And after attaching those two pieces together, you could see our artist use the pair of tweezers to cause a little bit of shock in a part of the glass to break it off of its original pipe. And now we have those two pieces technically together. They're going to attach that other side as well. And then just like the first side, they're going to focus a little extra heat just at those connection points, making sure not to get the entire piece hot overall. Now, over on that left bench, you can see that Nick has brought over a second pipe, and this has been attached to the bottom of that bubble that they have. And this is going to allow them to break this piece off of its original pipe that they were blowing into, and this is going to give them access to the other side of the piece. And the second pipe that they attach to a piece is called the punty, whether that's a solid connection or a hollow connection. They basically have the same function. That's just to give us access to another part of the piece. So now after breaking that off, they are going to be left over with an opening, and from there they're going to be able to start opening that up and flaring it out into that bowl shape that they're going for. So to make sure that this glass isn't moving as he's adjusting any small bits of glass, you could see our artist Adam is resting this piece of glass on a wooden paddle and just using a pair of tweezers to move things around a little bit. That wooden paddle is important. Instead of just putting it on the metal table, which would be very cold, the wood is an insulator and it's not going to allow that glass to get cold very quickly. And over on that left bench, if you saw or just barely missed it, they used a tool called a soffietta. That's that cone-shaped tool with the long mouthpiece attached to it. And this is used to block off the opening to a piece with that cone, and then you can continue to blow air into the piece after you've already removed it from its hollow pipe. And next, you can see Gabe has a special tool in his hands. It looks pretty similar to the jacks, which are those two metal blades, but these are the pachofis. They have wooden blades instead, so it's going to be able to go on the inside of this piece and use the tips of the blade to shape that glass. And as you can imagine, with the metal blades, that would gouge and scrape and create things that they don't want in that glass, but with the wooden blades, this is going to be gentle and have a rounded surface. And if anyone's confused, I'm talking about what's happening up on the screen or over on that left bench. And over at the center bench, you can see a small pipe has been brought over with a little bit of a clear attachment on the end. And this is going to be used to break this piece off of its original pipe. The glass cooled down and separated itself, so they're going to try that again. This attachment piece that they have at the center bench that they're going to attach to, it is called a two-prong puntee. So just how there's a regular solid puntee that they used for the bowl over there, they instead have a two-prong puntee over here. You can see those two individual pieces of clear glass. And this is going to give them multiple connection points to this sculpted piece of glass. So next they're trying a regular puntee rather than a two-prong puntee. The connection was still a little bit too cold. So by tapping the pipe on the bench, this is causing a vibration, and it traveled into the other pipe that was resting on the bench, and that broke the piece off onto the floor, the sculpted piece. I know, it's glass though, it breaks. And so this sculpted piece must have been a little bit too cold, and from the vibration, it just traveled to any stressful points in the glass and broke that off. So they're going to have to re-sculpt that piece But over on the left bench, it looks like they have successfully made that bowl, which is going to go on top of their new piece that they're going to be working on. And for anyone new who's joined, can I have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen again, please? So up on the screen, you will see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. And our two visiting artists, just to point them out again, are these two at the center bench. And this is Susan and Adam. So they wanted that piece to be a little bit bigger. They wanted that bowl to be a little bit bigger than it was. And there's no way to add more glass to an already finished product, so they sadly had to recycle that clear glass. This can be just thrown back into our furnace, luckily, since it's all clear. So they're going to get started on that again, using a little bit more glass this time. And speaking of our furnaces and clear glass, I think I'll play a short video describing how we fill our furnaces and what our glass is made of in the first place. So can I have the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So every now and then I get some questions about the building, as I just did now, so I thought I'd share with everyone else in the audience, and just in case you're interested. So this building, the cone, is based off of these old wood burners we used to have along the Thea Foss waterway, called beehive burners or wigwam burners. And they were shaped in a very similar way. They were just used to burn leftover wood scraps floating down the waterway, and we didn't really have a use for them anymore, and so they slowly stopped being used. An image of one of them is up on the screen. And so our building is based off of that shape and sort of paying tribute to our logging times and what this specific area used to be used for. And so it is mostly aesthetic, this building, but we do have a fan at the top that pulls out the hot air and some ventilation that pushes in cold air at the bottom, so it is functional in the end. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So right now, Adam is using a marvering table, that's that large metal table, to shape this glass. And using this table will also cool down the surface of the glass relatively rapidly right where it's touching. And for the most part, this can be used in a purposeful way. Maybe they want the glass to blow out more in the other areas and less in the areas that they touch it to the table, for example. And then Adam goes in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water, and he can use this to change the shape of the glass. Holding it on the side will create a more elongated shape. Holding it on the bottom will make sure it doesn't blow out the bottom. And despite how odd the tool is, it's a very common tool in many hot shops. It's very flexible, can move with our hand, and it's also close to using our hand. And then Adam goes in with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades, and he's carving a jack line into the glass, which is that divot you see now. And this is where they're going to remove this piece from this pipe later on. So at the center bench, what they're working on right now is going to be this lower section of the piece, which is that sort of elongated cylinder shape. And they're going to recreate that bowl, I believe, over on that left bench. But right now they're making that cylinder at the center bench. And if I didn't mention already, they're going for these very specific measurements to make sure that those pieces fit together nicely, almost like a puzzle. So at each of the benches, and pretty much any hot shop you go to, you'll notice that they're always turning the pipe, always, 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 while they're working with it. And this is mostly just to make sure that the glass isn't going to fall off center or even fall onto the floor if it's hot enough. And so this is just keeping it on center. And the faster they spin it, that's going to cause centrifugal force, which is an outward force. So sometimes they use it purposefully to flare a piece wider or flare it open. But in this case, they're just trying to keep it on center. And for everyone who just joined us or recently joined us, just to give you a little overview of what we have going on today and who we have here. Today we have a couple of visiting artists, if you didn't already know, Susan Spiranovich and also Adam Holtzinger. And those are the two that are at the center bench. Susan is standing closer to the back wall and Adam's the one sitting down. And this is their first residency at the museum here. And this is actually a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School, which is about 2 hours north of us here. And they just finished a 2-week residency / class at Pilchuck, and they're going to continue their glass exploration through this residency. They use traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flares. You can see as that slideshow goes. And specifically, I would like to mention Susan is of Croatian descent, and many patterns and symbols of Croatian theme will be translated into the glass for this residency, which is that piece that they were sculpting earlier, and this piece that you can see on the floor that they sketched. They were working on that earlier before it broke, but that is one of those symbols, just to give you an example. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass or the process or even questions for the artists themselves, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. It really depends on what we're making for the success rate. There was one day I was here where we were making goblets. If you don't know what a goblet is, it's just basically a really fancy cup with a really thin stem and a really thin glass. So just thin everything and it's all connected together. I would say on a bad day, half of that stuff will break. But then sometimes they'll make something that they know how to make, and these guys are really skilled, so I would say that is more common, that nothing breaks, and they'll just be successful all day. But sometimes if they're making something experimental or a little bit risky, like connecting all those small pieces together, then it does break. If it's all clear glass, they can throw it back into the furnace, but if it has even a touch of color, they're not supposed to, because that could taint the rest of the clear glass that they have. And in that case, they sadly have to throw it away. But I have been told that the glass is technically biodegradable, since it's mostly silica sand and natural minerals and metals. So a wooden paddle is being used on the bottom of this piece. This will just give it a nice flat surface to sit on when they're done. And over on that left bench, you can see they've gotten pretty far with their bowl again. So Gabe up on the screen or over on that left bench is lightly marking the bottom of this bowl with a small piece of glass. And this is just leaving behind marks by scoring it, and that cold glass hitting the hot glass. And now a second pipe is brought over, and this is placed in the center of the bottom of that bubble, which is going to become the bowl. And you could see that Gabe briefly went in with the pair of jacks right at that connection point. And this is going to create a divot in the glass that makes it easier to remove from that second pipe later on. And then to break it off, a little bit of water is applied and a simple tap to the pipe, and that piece breaks cleanly off. So now from here, they have an opening left over. They'll be able to start opening this up and flaring it out into that bowl shape that they're going for. So at the center bench, I'll point out something interesting. You'll notice Adam is torching that connection between the pipe and the glass pretty heavily. And this is because it started to crack from getting too cold or from thermal shock. And so quickly he's just heating up that connection point again, making sure that the piece doesn't crack off of the pipe. But there isn't really that much of a need to worry because they're about to attach a second pipe to the bottom. And for anyone who recently joined, this is the piece that we're going to be working on now. So this lower portion is being created at the center bench, that sort of cylinder shape. And then over on that left bench, they're making this bowl that's going to sit on the top. And they have perfectly measured everything that they are going to make. And so these pieces are going to fit together just like a puzzle. So after marking the center on the bottom of this piece, they attach that pipe to the bottom of the piece of the center bench. And the second pipe that they attach to a piece is called the punty, whether it's a hollow connection or a solid connection. And then a little bit of water is applied to that previous connection point, and once again, simple tap to the pipe, and that piece breaks cleanly off. Now, welcome to anyone who recently joined us. I see a few new faces in the crowd. Today, we have a couple of visiting artists, and just to give you a little background on what they're working on today and what they've made before will be up on the screen as I give a little background on them. Could I have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, you'll see that slideshow as I talk about them a little bit. So today we have Susan and Adam, Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. And this is actually their first residency here at the museum and is a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School, which is about 2 hours north of us here. And they just finished a 2-week residency or class over at Pilchuck and will continue their glass exploration through this residency. They use traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair, as you could see as you watch their slideshow. And to specifically mention Susan, she is of Croatian descent, and many patterns and symbols of Croatian theme will be translated into the glass throughout this residency. And you can see this coming into play with this symbol down on the floor here. They were working on sculpting this earlier, and they'll continue to make these symbols for the glass. And at the center bench, they're working on blowing this lower portion of the piece in this sketch down on the floor, which is that sort of cylinder shape. And then over on that left bench, they're making the bowl portion of that piece. And if anyone ever has any questions, whether it's about the glass process or even questions for the artists themselves, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. So when I see pieces break, honestly, I see them break almost like right before they're going to put them away or right before they're finished. And this is usually because in preparation to break something off, you have to purposefully break a part of the glass. And sometimes that vibration can just travel to other places, just like you saw earlier with that sculpture at the center bench. So yes, it is very frustrating. You're loving what you've made and you're pretty much done and you're ready to put it away, and then all of a sudden it's gone. And so you just have to learn not to get attached to anything until it is already put away. That is the rule. Now, over on this left bench, I'd like to point out something interesting. You'll notice to open this piece up, you aren't seeing the artist go inside of the piece a lot with tools or anything. It seems like they're using mostly centrifugal force or spinning the glass to flare the walls and that opening outward. And at the center bench, they just trimmed some excess glass off the opening of the piece. And now they're left with a very even, thin-walled opening. So I just was asking a question that I got from the crowd real quick about what's going to happen with these pieces when they're done. So these are going to be exhibited in a museum, possibly in Croatia, and then they will be for sale afterwards. And then I also got a question about the temperatures of the furnaces, and so just to give a quick little overview of that, this is where we're getting our molten glass. These tanks hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And then these open face furnaces, these are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, but we can adjust that temperature as need be. And I would also like to mention, these don't have any glass in them, and they're all running at around the same temperature at each bench, so there's not a significant difference between those individual furnaces. And since we're working with all clear glass today, and a lot of people see mostly colored pieces in the galleries, for example, I've gotten a few questions about color. So just in case anyone else is wondering, I'm going to play a video about how we apply color to our glass. And this is through a technique called a color drop or color overlay for the most part. So can I have that video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So that was just one of the ways that we apply color. I've seen a couple of other ways as well. And over on that left bench, you can see they're preparing to break this bowl off of the pipe to put it away. And like I was saying earlier, to do this, they have to purposefully break this piece off with a little bit of water at that connection point, causing shocking and cracking in that glass. And then a simple tap to the pipe, and that piece is cleanly broken off. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that bowl. Thank you. All right, so this has gone into the annealer, which is that big black box over on that left wall. And this is going to slowly cool the glass down from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. Very important. And just a reminder, that bowl is going to be the top to this piece, and the bottom to this piece is what they are making at that center bench. Now, if you missed it, at the center bench, they had a small bit of clear glass that was really, really hot attached to the side of the piece. And then they dropped this pre-made glass ring around it. And then they pulled that glass up and over, creating like a loop around that glass ring. So now we have a glass ring dangling on the side of the piece, and that loop is fully connected to that piece. And this is where they're going to hopefully later on be able to hang this extra design off the side of the piece that you see on the chalk drawing. And after attaching that ring to the side, that piece is done. So they apply a little bit of water to that connection point, just like that other piece. And then a tap to the pipe. And Nick is going to carry it over to the annealer with those Kevlar gloves, which are going to protect him from that glass. And another round of applause. This is a big piece. They spent a lot of time on it. As soon as they put it away, let's definitely give them a round of applause. So now they have that piece that they drew in chalk pretty much complete. They just have that decorational piece that they're going to add later. And as you'll notice, all of these pieces were created individually, and they're going to assemble them later on when they're cold. And the room is open to questions. If anyone has any questions, they'll get started on their next project pretty soon here. So now they're going to get started on re-sculpting that piece that they made earlier. This is the exact shape that they're going for with this chalk drawing on the floor here. They're going to have a ring with all of these small clear dots going all the way around it. And then they're also going to create this centerpiece. They're going to have to separately attach all of these pieces together. And they were just adding a little sketch right here, trying to find a different way to attach things together, because the previous way the piece broke off of the pipe. And just in case you guys haven't seen our visiting artist artwork, could I have that up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist's previously made artwork. And if you didn't know already, we have 2 visiting artists, and their names are Susan and Adam. Susan is over standing next to this table looking at these sketches right now. And Adam is the one sitting over on that left bench. Welcome into the Hot Shop, everyone. Today we have a couple of visiting artists, and I just briefly introduced them, but to give you guys a little recap of what we're doing today and who we have here. Today we have 2 visiting artists, Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. And today is their first day of this residency here at the museum. And this is actually their first residency at the museum as well. And it's a collaboration with Pilchuck Glass School, which is about 2 hours north of us. And they just finished a 2-week residency slash class there, and they've come here to continue their glass exploration through this residency. They use traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair. And to specifically mention one of them, Susan is of Croatian descent, and many patterns and symbols of Croatian theme will be translated into the glass during this residency. And so they just finished making the body of this piece, which is highlighted in orange chalk. They made the bowl and the sort of pedestal or cylinder piece that they have. And now they're going to work on sculpting the sort of green outline decoration that's on this piece. And they have a ring that they attach to the side of the piece right before they put it away. So they're going to be able to physically hang this sculpture on the side of the piece, which is pretty cool. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or even questions for the artists themselves, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. But since I have quite a few new people in here, I think I'll give a little rundown of the hot shop, and this will explain just some general things, temperatures, where we're getting our glass in the first place. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors. We've been gathering out of both of our furnaces today. You can see we have one over on the left over here and one behind Sarah on the right. And these hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey, so all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass at an angle, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into our hollow pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon, or we can use it for solid sculpting as they are right now. And to continue working with the glass, we have to keep it nice and warm. This is where our open face furnaces are coming into play. You can see we have one on at every bench currently. These are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and they are only used for reheating. They don't have any glass inside of them. And we just have 3 of them running today, so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. So there's not a significant difference between those furnaces themselves. And later on, you'll also see them using some torches. This fluffy flame torch is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces and just allows them to focus some heat in a specific area that they need extra heat, rather than heating up the entire thing overall. So a second pipe was attached to the other side of this rod of glass that they created, and this allowed them to break it off of its original pipe. So now they have access to the other side of that glass rod. So right now, Adam's actually placed this glass onto the table and used a pair of tweezers to almost drill a hole into that glass. So he's going and trying to make almost a little bit of a, what do you call it? Not a hook, but he's trying to create this end on the top that he can hook something into it. A loop. He's created a loop on the top of this glass. Yes, Susan is the one currently near the sketches with the black shirt. So now to start creating all of these individual sculpted bits down the sides of those individual rods of clear glass, all they have to do is just keep bringing over these sticks with clear on the end, and it's called bringing a bit. So they're just bringing bits of clear glass over, and they're going to create all of these little leaves, basically. Yeah, so anyone who didn't see them make those larger pieces earlier, they are currently creating these sculpted leaves that are going to be hanging on the side of this piece that you see on the floor here. And they made these larger blown forms just a little bit earlier, and those are also all clear. So all of the pieces they've made today are all clear. And I was just asking the artist about that, and she was saying that it's really going to just force them to focus on the form. And I was thinking, well, that's going to definitely show if you have any errors. So this is just really going to be very elegant and just focused on the form. You're not going to be distracted by any colors when you look at this piece. So all of the pieces that they're making today, a lot of them are going to be sort of assembled together. So they've created this bowl and the cylinder separately, and then they're also sculpting these leaves separately as well. And they're going to assemble everything cold. So they're not even going to be physically attached to each other. It's more of like nesting inside of each other. And they made another piece earlier that's going to do pretty much that same thing. So everything that they've made today is all part of this sort of larger piece. This is the second project that they're finishing and working on today. So this one is a sketch of basically just a really enlarged point right here of just that hook area or the loop area that they're going to attach this sculpted bit to the regular piece. And they were just highlighting how to connect these different pieces of glass together in that specific area. And then this piece right here, they were working on earlier, and they had almost finished it. I think they were going to attach a little loop to the top, and then it broke. And so they're hopefully going to remake that one, but they're going to work on this one first since they just made that project. So it was really interesting. They had two pipes at the center bench. One of them had the pretty much complete project, and then another one had that loop on the end. They were trying to break the loop off of the pipe, and they smacked the pipe down, and it created a vibration, and that vibration traveled all the way through and into the other pipe and broke that other piece off. It was a little sad, but glass breaks, especially if it's really thin and there's a bunch of connected pieces like that, it's a lot riskier. So just to make sure you're pointing at the large black box on the wall, correct? So this is actually called the garage right here. And this keeps things warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And that is a very stable temperature for glass. It's not hot enough to melt it into a different shape, and it's also warm enough to make sure it doesn't crack from thermal shock. So we just temporarily put things in that box and then take them back out again so we can attach them together. We're basically just putting it in there so we don't have to heat it up over and over again. It's going to hold it. But then the large black box over on that far left wall, this is where we put a piece away when we're completely done. And that's going to cool it down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit to room temperature. And it cools down at least overnight, so usually about like 12 to 24 hours depending on the thickness of the glass. So over on that right bench, Sarah's just starting the branches that the leaves are going to be attached to. And then after Adam finishes each branch with all of those leaves, he brings it over here to the garage, and he'll let them sit and stay nice and warm until he's ready to attach all of them together at once. So it's almost a sort of an assembly line. So just to make it a little bit faster, she's preparing the branches, and then as soon as he finishes, then she can bring that over. So as I was mentioning, there's that action in action. They just brought over that branch to the garage right here, and it's going to rest in here and stay warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So later on, when they have all three of these branches prepared, they could just pull them out one by one and start attaching them together with some heat. Now, welcome to anyone who recently or just joined us. Today we have a couple of visiting artists. And if you didn't know already, these visiting artists are Susan Spiranovich and Adam Holtzinger. And up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of their artwork as I give a little background on them and what they're doing today. So this is their first residency here at the museum, and this is actually a collaboration with Pilchuck. So they just finished a 2-week residency / class over at Pilchuck, and will continue their glass exploration here at the museum. And Pilchuck is just a glass school that's about 2 hours north of us here. They use traditional Italian techniques to create contemporary glass art with modern flair. You'll see that in a lot of their pieces as the slideshow goes by. And specifically, I'd like to point out Susan is of Croatian descent, and many patterns and symbols of Croatian theme will be translated into the glass throughout this residency. So an example of one of these symbols would be this piece that they were working on earlier, sculpting out of clear glass. We have a couple of chalk drawings on the floor, so if you hear me say something like that, that's most likely what I'm referencing to. And currently they are working on sculpting all of these individual branches that you see on this right piece here. And we've already made the piece itself, and it's been set aside in the annealer to cool down very slowly overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And all of these pieces will be assembled together later on. With the branches, they're going to assemble all the branches together to create those 3. And then way later on, when all the pieces are cool, they'll assemble the branch onto the piece, and also the bowl on the top of that pedestal cylinder shape. And if anyone ever has any questions for me, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. I guess I'll quickly mention as well, all of the glass we've been working with today is completely clear. So this branch is clear, all the branches are clear, the piece that it's going to be mounted onto is clear. So at the center bench, Gabe has the center piece, or this center branch, and they're going to start heating up those other two branches and begin to connect them together. And over on that right bench, you can see Sarah has the first branch that's going to be connected to the side of this main branch. So this is going to be brought over, and they're going to start heating just the very ends of those connection points. They only want to heat those connection points because if they heat up the entire thing overall, it's going to be moving around. It might change shape. And so they're going to do this with this super hot small handheld torch. And this is actually the hottest item in our hot shop, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So this will very quickly spot heat that glass and allow them to connect those pieces together. And if molten glass is touching molten glass, they're going to bind together pretty much as fluidly as one. So now here's where this sketch comes into play. This is that connection point that they were highlighting here. We have the loop on the top, and they're going to connect those two other branches just beneath that loop on the sides. So they're attaching that first branch now. And then to break that piece off of the pipe, you could see he was holding on to that connection point with a pair of shears, and this was creating a little bit of shock, hopefully helping break it off at that point. We lost a little bit of the end of the piece there, but totally salvageable. Now, because these pieces of glass are so small and so thin and they're all connected together, there's probably a lot of stress in there and it can cool down very quickly. So you're going to see them using these torches, making sure that they're nice and warm over and over again, going into the furnace over and over again, just making sure everything has an even heat so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And because they lost just that little bit of glass on the end, they're just attaching a little bit of clear to recreate that end piece. So right then they were using that large fluffy flame torch to focus a little extra heat on that newly attached branch, and they're going to be able to curve it just like the other one they have, just mirroring what they already have. And if I didn't say so already, that torch is running at around the same temperature as that reheating furnace they're using at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So the furnaces are actually running off of natural gas and forced air, and the torches are running off of oxygen and propane. And as you can see with these torches, they are able to have some really hot focused heat. This small torch they're using right now is actually even hotter than that large fluffy flame torch. It's just a lot more focused, so it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit inside of that flame, and that's going to very quickly spot heat certain areas. That large fluffy flame's more used to do a more general heat to a certain area, and then the furnace, of course, is just going to heat everything overall. So you can tell they're preparing to break this piece off because they just cut at that connection a little bit. They're hoping to thin it out and cause maybe even a little bit of shocking just in that one specific area. So it wants to break at that connection point and nowhere else. If there's any weak spots in this piece when they tap it off, then that vibration can travel through the rest of the piece as well and break other parts of it off, kind of like what happened earlier. So they're making sure that it's staying nice and warm, and they're really cutting at that connection to prevent that. So now you can see they applied a little bit of water to that connection point, and now they're going over to the annealer. They're going to simply tap the pipe with the wooden paddle, and that breaks the piece cleanly off. Let's give them a round of applause. Very anxiety-inducing to break that piece off. And they did it successfully. So now they have that sculpted bit that they're going to attach to the side of this piece they made earlier. So they have this whole piece done. And we will figure out what they're going to work on next. And for those who haven't seen it already, I think I'm going to play a short video about how we fill our furnaces and what our clear glass is made out of, since we're working with all clear glass today. Oh wait, actually, I can't play the video just yet, I'm sorry. Does anyone have any questions? All right, well, they're going to get started on their next piece shortly here. So something interesting to note about this piece is they made the bowl separately, and then they also made the pedestal or that cylinder shape separately. and they told me that they're going to attach everything cold, so they're all just going to nest on top of each other, quote unquote. They're all just going to be cold connected. They're not going to be physically attached to each other. And the same thing with that sculpted bit. They've already created a hook or a ring on the side of the piece, and so all they have to do is attach it to it. And so that'll be done after all the pieces are fully cooled down, probably a day or so later. No, but they're hoping, no, they will be displaying this piece in a museum at some point, and they're hoping it'll be in Croatia, and then they will go on sale after that. So they're not going to make more of that specific piece, most likely. They will probably continue to make different projects. They have a bunch of sketches over there on that table, and they probably won't even get through all of them in this residency.
We're going to blow just like a simple form and practice some.
So next, our artists are just going to be doing a little bit of experimentation. They're going to create a simple hollow form, and then they're going to be creating different attachments on that form, just practicing some things that you're going to see later on in their residency, possibly tomorrow. And this residency, if I didn't say so already, is going to go all the way through Sunday. So if you want to come back and check out what they're going to be working on later, sometimes they even have their pieces that they made earlier in the residency displayed on the front tables for people to see. Usually it takes about 2 days for them to come out. And I'd also like to mention we have a live stream going every day that the museum is open, and they're permanently saved on YouTube. So even if you want to look at a past one, you could just search Museum of Glass on YouTube. So at the center bench, they're starting at that basic hollow form. It's probably going to be something like a cylinder that they're going to be practicing on. Yeah, so for those who didn't hear a little bit earlier, right now they've just created a really simple blown form, and they're practicing some bits and designs that they may be using later on in the residency, maybe tomorrow, maybe a couple days down the line. So this piece of glass is not going to be saved, most likely, but since it's all clear glass, we could just throw it, or sort of break it apart and then throw it back in the furnace to melt down again, since all of our furnaces are only clear glass as well. So that's the convenient and nice thing about using clear glass. So something interesting I'd like to point out if you missed it. Gabe came up here and grabbed a tool off of this table here. And this is a crimp. So it's very similar to tweezers. Tweezers are able to pinch. They have a point on the end. But crimps are a flat surface or a designed surface. And so we have a couple of pairs of them here on this bench. We have a flat surfaced one, and then we also have a designed one. Maybe sort of a seashell texture. It's got all these lines coming from it.